unit. Protestant, I will study in the chapel. Protestant, I will study in the chapel.
Young.
Hi, good morning.
Okay,
Good
one.
morning.
You can send in anybody you have.
I can send somebody in?
Anyone that you have is fine.
All right. Thank you.
Everybody has special parole. Except for one who has nothing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We get the camera moved a little bit. There we go.
Okay, ready?
Yes. You young?
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, June 12th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating you've moved on a record certified that you've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available current information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Alex Suckoff. Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning. Good morning.
Please state your name and MA number for the record.
Alton Youngs, MA number 393-819.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Elton Young's inmate number 393-819. He has served a sentence of 7 years with 5 years of special parole, criminal attempt at assault first, robbery first, assault first, attempt at assault on public safety, and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of December 27th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has been employed in the full effect free. He has completed anger management and new thoughts. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin with the Youngs.
All right. Today, I'm here today with a heart full of regret and remorse for the decision that I left my 7 years incarcerated. With a deep knowledge of the harm I caused, I took full responsibility for my actions and offer my sincere apologies to the victims and their family for the pain and suffering I inflicted. My time incarcerated has been a period of profound self-reflection, personal growth, and transformation. Throughout these years, I worked diligently and understand the consequences of my actions to become a better person. Members of the board, today I ask that you grant me parole and the opportunity to continue to rebuild my life and contribute positively to society and fulfill my proposal. Since entering the Department of Corrections, I took significant steps towards self-improvement, rehabilitation. I have successfully completed several programs, including the doors, anger management, which have equipped me with valuable tools to become understanding and manage my emotions, decision-making, and behavior. I committed to apply these lessons throughout the rest of my life and to make a meaningful difference in others upon my release. I plan to secure employment that aligns with my skills and credentials to become a positive member of the community and serve as an advocate of a mentor for young adults who feel they have limited opportunities or directions in life. Members of the board, I understand that trust may be earned through my actions, not words. I'm alone. I'm prepared to continue to demonstrate my accountability, responsibility, and positive and conduct as I forward. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to prove that I can live a law-abiding, sinless, and productive and propose life. Thank you for your time and consideration and the opportunity to present myself in this request.
All right, Mr. Youngs, thank you for that opening statement. We appreciate you taking the time to write something for today's hearing. We're going to be asking you some questions. At the conclusion, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision.
All right.
Are you ready to get started?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Zirkov will begin with the questions this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Youngs.
Good morning, sir.
Can you tell us why you're incarcerated?
I'm incarcerated for attempted first, a robbery, I think a gun charge, violation of probation. What else am I charged as? I think FTAs, I think they nollied them. That was something.
What's going on with you at the time that you committed all these offenses?
I was going through a little dark time in life. My robbery it went bad. It was a drug deal that went bad between me and the person. And the person, my girl was talking to the person and he thought I was trying to do something to him. He was my friend at the time. And he got out the car and started running. So when I started to look for him with his car, I crashed because I'm arguing with this female that's with me. So I crashed the car, boom. And then he tells the police I took the car from him. But that was a whole lot. So that's why I'm incarcerated right now. My shooting is another drug situation going bad. Person calls me for drugs and I go see the person and he told me he's gonna shoot me. So I leave and I just tell him, listen, I don't want no problems, I'm gonna bring you your money back. So as I bring the money back to the dude, he reaches for a gun and then I'm in the car, so my back is against the wall. So I feel like, and there's a car in front of me. So when I did to defend myself, I had to take force to defend myself. I feel like, but I know I was wrong at that moment in time. I should have just never went back or I should have just left it how it was. And then I will never be in this predicament right now at this moment, presenting myself in front of y'all. I understand everybody goes through things in life. I was a young man. Now as I'm older, I grew up out of those thoughts. I moved different. I stay out of problems. I present myself different. I just hope y'all could give me the chance to show you the opportunity that I could fit in society, to present myself and give back to the community.
It's a high bar, I'll tell you. I mean, it's a lot of harm in the community. Why were you selling drugs to begin with?
Growing up, I never had a foundation. My mother was a drug addict. My father was never in my life. So me growing up, I never graduated school. So I never was taught how to go get a job. I never had an ID. I didn't have no ID, no nothing, no household or nothing. So the only way to provide myself was to do that. I lived in the streets. I didn't have a household that I could put myself in. Until recently, my father just bought a house. So now I feel like it can help me to balance myself. Being incarcerated gave me the tools to now to get a job. I got a job. I work in a clothing factory. It gives me the tools to understand how to work. I love working. I do every day. All I do is go to work every day. So now,
Let me ask you, how long have you been working? The clothing factory?
Since 2025.
Have you done other jobs in the facility?
Yes, kitchen. I worked the kitchen. I worked the kitchen job 2024. And 2025, I started working in a clothing factory.
Talk to us about what you learned from programs that you took.
You said what's her name?
Talk to us about what you've learned from the programs that you took. Looks like you completed anger management, and your thoughts?
Oh yes, anger management, it helped me control my emotions, like how I greet people, like instead of me lashing out, I could like express myself to you without anger. Like it makes me control myself. Like it gave me the tools like to express myself a better way, to conduct myself a better way, to learn how to control my emotions, things like that. New Thoughts, New Thoughts was like a program that's it gives you like the opportunity to see the outcome that's gonna happen before it happens. Like, see if you see a problem over here, like don't put yourself into it. Like it gave me that opportunity that I envision to see things before it happens. Like it gave me a lot of tools. Honestly, being in that program was so successful, like because it helped me a lot. Like since being incarcerated, you know, it's a lot of people that get angry every day. So now I see that and I can avoid, I keep myself away from that situation because I know all it's gonna do is just gonna put me in a problem. Now I'm gonna lose my good time and go to SAG for something that's not really beneficial for me. So that's how the programs did for me. Showed me how to conduct myself, stay away from problems, control my emotions, express myself a better way, because I never had somebody to show me how to express myself. I never had nobody to, when I was mad, express my emotions to. I never had nobody when I'm angry to go sit down and have a talk with. I never had nobody to do none of that with me as a child. So as a grown man, like I took them steps and I took the accountability and now I gravitate to that and that helped me a lot.
What about your disciplinary reports? You do have one from May of last year.
You said, huh?
I was asking about your disciplinary reports.
Oh, moving to the clothing factory, I moved from a different block from the clothing factory before I got to the I moved from the kitchen block. They moved me to a different block, and when I moved to H block, that's the clothing factory block. Going through, you know, you happy to have a job and stuff like that. So I didn't clean my locker out very, very carefully. So at the time I went to work, and when I came back from work, the CO, she conducted a cell search, and she found a piece of a sewing needle inside my locker that is so like a pen tip. So she sent me the SEG for that. I said, okay, I can't argue, but it's not mine. I didn't do a thoroughly search in the locker. I was just so excited. I put my stuff in the locker and then did my bag, and that's what it is. So when she did conduct the search, she found that, and they called me back to the block and sent me the SEG for it. So, but the people that I can't fight it, put no grievance in because it's a dangerous instrument or something like that. And it was in my possession. But I'm like, listen, it's not in my possession because y'all gotta understand, I just moved in this cell. If y'all look at the time frame, I just moved in this cell. It could have been somebody else, not mine. But I can't do nothing about it, so I had to do my time in cell. But then after that, I waited till my ticket cleared and I went right back to work. I couldn't.
Yeah, and your previous tickets were all the way in 2023.
Yes.
Yeah, what about your plans in the community? Do you have any plans for employment?
Yes. First I have a job already for me. I'm gonna work at House of Weeds in Water Bay, 415 on Willow Street. That's my uncle's. He just opened it up probably like 3 months ago. I'm gonna be a janitor and a dishwasher there. Plus, I want to get my license when I get my license, I'm gonna work construction, because my father used to work construction. So now me and my father's communicating on better circumstances. He's gonna help me to get in the union, because I know how to do everything. Like I could fix this whole wall up, I could rip the ground out, I could do that, I know how to do everything. So my dad is gonna help me, because you see I better myself in life, and I'm taking the different steps in life as a grown man. So he's gonna help me to become better in life, like to uplift myself. So yes, I have a self-employment job, House of Wings, that's gonna help me out to get myself afloat. And as time progresses, I'm gonna get my license and try to work construction after that.
Is there anything else that you think you need to be successful in the community?
Yeah, I wanna do like programs for myself to keep me.
What kind of program?
occupied. Like anything AIC would assign me, AIC to keep me busy, focused after work. That go to the YMCA to try to be a mentor to the young kids, to try to show them like the ways of life to be better, to not take the consequences that I want to do in life, to become a better person. Like try to be a mentor to them, like for mental health, anger issues, suicide issues for kids. Because, you know, growing up right now in this community, a lot of kids is going through a lot of things that I went through, even more worse. So I try to take them to see the better future ahead of them, so they don't got to take them some consequences of life to be in prison or death or anything. So I want to do that. I want to be a mentor when I come onto the YMCA, because I got a lot of nieces and nephews and my sisters. I want to work construction. I'm going to try to work at House of Wings when I come home to keep me afloat. Take programs. Just try to be good to the community, like, because I caused harm to the community, and I apologize for that harm. I conflicted on them. And I'm just trying to be a better person. I feel like I fit the society now as of today. I move different, I think different. I'm more grown. How the way I conduct myself is better as a grown man. A couple years ago, I was up and down. I really couldn't control myself as a kid, as a grown man. I didn't conduct myself as a grown man. I conducted myself as a kid. So now as I take these steps in life and go through the pain and suffering, it balances you out. So now you see the future, like, what's going on? How you was going through all them steps? But it's trauma.
Okay, I think that's all I have for you. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have a quick question for Superintendent, if that's okay. This you say it's rated very high for?
No, I'm just going to go back to my.
Okay. Moderate?
Is SRT falls within the moderate range for strengths that are not very high.
Thank you.
All right.
So, Mr. Youngs, you've got a few different charges on a
Yes.
few different dates. Were you out on bond when some of these occurred? Had you been arrested, posted bond, and was back out in the community?
Yes.
Okay. Were you out on bond when you got arrested in New York in 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So you're out on bond. Well, why do you think you continued to live this criminal lifestyle? Why didn't you kind of see the writing on the wall and try and get yourself together, get a job, maybe get into some counseling at the time?
At that moment in my life, honestly, man, I had a black cloud on me. I was going through a lot. I lost my grandmother. I lost my grandfather. So I was just going through a lot of emotions. Plus, my family disowned me because I was going through the things I was going through, incarceration. So I never had, like, I didn't have the household to structure me. I never had nobody to counsel me, to help me do those things, those such things in life.
Okay. All right. And then I just wanted to ask you about, you were on probation as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're on probation, you're having all these difficulties. Why did you think you couldn't go to probation and see if they couldn't help you out with some additional program like at the AIC? I mean, you obviously have been to AIC before because you seem to know quite a bit about it.
Yes, I've been, I was involved in programs at AIC when I was on probation. I was involved in programs, but at that moment, I couldn't like gravitate to it because I was still young-minded. I was blinded. I couldn't gravitate to understand the programs, the situation of programs, and the knowledge the programs is giving me.
Okay.
But if I go, as a say, if I get granted, I go, I could take the knowledge they're giving me and feed it to others, like young adults, grown adults.
Yeah. So, Mr. Youngs, what I would say to you is, regardless of what happens today, right? You have 5 years of special parole to follow this sentence.
Yes.
And now, and special parole can work with you or against you.
Yes.
So when you find that you're having difficulties, you should be talking to the parole officer. You should be asking, if not for a referral, but recommendations of where to go. Tell them that you're struggling. Use them for the resources that they are. They do need to monitor how you're doing in the community, you know, that you're not leading a criminal lifestyle, working, doing the right things, but they can also offer some support, just like the AIC offers support, right?
Right. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm all done. Thank you. Mr. Saskis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Youngs, in a lot of these cases, you were carrying a handgun. What, have you figured out why you felt like you needed to carry a handgun when you were in the community?
Honestly, sir, you know, growing up, you as a child, you get involved with different groups of people, and now you being around this person, and this person don't like this person. Now this person's trying to cause harm to this person. So now I came home and I felt like I needed a gun because I felt like people was trying to harm me. Like people was trying to harm me, like for my safety.
What if you get out now and you feel like people are trying to harm you?
I'm not gonna put myself in that situation or that facility for people to even cause harm towards me. Because number one, work, programs, back to my house. Work, programs, back to my house. Something to keep me focused and busy and out the way.
Are you familiar with Waterbury?
No, not really.
You said that it's a restaurant, right? A wing place?
Yes,
You said it's on Willow Street?
on Willow Street, 415 Willow
All right.
Street.
I mean, that's, Willow Street and Waterbury is right in the middle of it. You know what I mean? You're not gonna feel safe, you know. That's my concern. It's like you going right back into a place, you know, where there are problems, you know. I'm not familiar with the place you're talking about, but I am very familiar with that street, and there's been a lot of stuff similar to what you have been involved with in that same location, you know?
Okay.
So it's just, you know, even if, despite what happens today, just be very careful, putting yourself back into neighborhoods and into environments where you feel unsafe. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Because like you mentioned, that feeling of unsafe will lead you to do things to protect yourself that are going to get you in trouble, you know? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I felt like I don't know none of them people. They don't know none of them. They don't know me. But me being in that facility is not gonna cause me the lash out or the try to carry a gun, because I'm not going over there to be around people. I'm going there to conduct myself as a employee, to work and do my job and leave, go home and do. That's the same routine, not to communicate with people, just to go clean dishes, the tables, and leave.
Don't spend a lot of time outside there. You know what I mean? Okay.
No, absolutely. No.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for speaking with me. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, Mr. Youngs, we're all done with our questioning for this morning. We will now deliberate and we'll give you our decision in just a few minutes.
All right,
Okay, you can wait right there.
all right.
Okay. Mr. Zerko.
Chair. So Mr. Young's, I have to say, sounds better than I expected today. Sounds like, he has grown since he committed these offenses. Taken a couple of programs in the facility, new thoughts and anger management. He does have 10 disciplinary reports, but he had one last year in May of 2025. Before that, he had him in 2023. So I think he is changing. He is going in a positive direction. You talked about some plans for employment. At the same time, it's here on a number of very serious offenses, including assaults, weapon charges, robbery. For me, it's just a little too much harm that was caused to the community to warrant discretionary parole. Looks like we're talking about 11 months difference or less, between EOS and parole eligibility at 85%. But for today, I'm going to be denial. I know where to set special parole conditions too.
And I agree with you, Mr. Zerkoff there. Although Mr. Young does sound like he definitely is benefiting from the programs, he's working hard to change the way he thinks so that he can be a productive contributing member of the community. He seems to have an understanding of what can help him when he returns to the community. He mentioned the AIC a couple of times, talked about employment and his father giving him some assistance as well. But based on the charges that we have before us today, his criminal history, each offense involves, many of the offenses involve a firearm and some level of violence. The fact that he was on probation, I'm unable to find him suitable for discretionary parole today. Mr. Staskis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what both of you have said. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay, so reasons for denial, and then we need to talk about parole conditions.
The reasons I have the nature and circumstances of the offense committed while on probation, and I have for institutional adjustment.
Anything else?
No, that's what I have.
Okay, and what did you have for conditions?
Halfway house placement, operation of a motor vehicle. I have anger management. I want to do that. There's a bit on KD.
I had 3 victims
Victims.
MJM
and DD.
and DD.
The only other thing I wanted to discuss was mental health evaluation and treatment. He talks a lot about his mental health. He mentioned it in the hearing here today. I read a lot of documents. I just wanted to discuss it and see what you guys think.
I'm not opposed.
Yeah.
He says it's childhood trauma contributing factor to some of the things that have taken place. Maybe that could be good for him.
All right. So in the matter of Alton Mac Young's 393-819, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and current offense committed while on probation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm also going to make a motion to set the following special parole conditions: halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for anger management, and no contact with victims KD, MJ, M, and DD. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Youngs, we were unable to vote you to parole today. You're not far from your end of sentence. Looks like community release is pending for you also at the facility. You know, we really see some more advanced thinking about how to live right in the community and live your life so we don't see you again, because that's the goal. You know, as I mentioned, use parole as a resource. It doesn't have to be a negative thing in your life.
All right.
All right, good luck to you. Keep up the good work.
All right, thank you. Y'all with us. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Alton Young's 819.
Anyone.
Would grab something off my desk.
Young, hold on, he's jumping.
Just 1 second. Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, June 12th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified and have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kevin Chamberlain, 226-442.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Chamberlain, inmate number 226442. He is serving a sentence of 15 years jail with 30 months special parole for 4 counts of robbery second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has been employed in the officer's holding within industries, and he has completed alternative to violence and is currently in the MAT program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I first want to thank you for allowing me to be here today to express myself. I would also like to say I'm sorry to the victims. In my case, I would also like to say that I've learned through something that happened to my daughter, because I always thought, as I shared with Ms. Martinez, that my crime was kind of victimless, because I always thought that something had to be like violence attended, you know, whether somebody was hurt or a weapon was involved. And my daughter happened to get robbed while working at Walmart. And when I saw what it did to her mentally, it allowed me to look at that situation to realize that no matter what crime is done out there, that there's always a victim. And that's something I also learned while with CHR, doing my group sessions with them and my one-on-ones with them. I've learned that. I've also learned that there was a lot of choices in the thinking that I made that led me down the path that I took. Today I work on myself. I work on being communicative with my family and my wife. I work on trying to get back to where I once was, and I also, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. So I also learned that I did 5 years of probation with no dirty urines and no write-ups. And how I stayed home for them almost 10 years was I utilized what probation told me to reach out when I was having a hard time, or if I was stressing or felt like I was going to use, and I did that. And it actually helped me and benefited me. It helped me stay home for that time. It helped me be a husband. It helped me be a father. So that's something I want to do as I go further in life. When I get out of here, hopefully on parole, to utilize those tools and to be open with my parole officer, whether it's on this or on special parole, to know that I have to be communicative and not hold things in to where because that leads me down to the road of relapse. So working at Officers Clothing, I've educated myself in how to work on those machines, which has brought me another trade. And when I get home, my goals are to, as I was saying, to utilize the tools that I've learned through CHR and to, again, utilize the output that I could get from my parole officer that is available to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. I appreciate those opening comments. You did really well.
Thank you.
You answered a lot of questions already. We're going to be asking you some questions this morning, some additional questions.
Okay.
We'll deliberate at the conclusion of those questions, and we'll give you our decision today.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to start with the questions this morning. So you're here today for 4 counts of robbery.
Correct.
And tell me a little bit about what brought you to that point in your life.
So before that, I was clean for many years, as I said, utilizing the probation. Me and my wife at the time, we're divorced now, was going through a rough time. And instead of me reaching out and talking about that, I stuck my head in the ground, I bottled up, and that's where my issue always becomes with me relapsing. So once I relapsed, I was jobless, and that's what led me down to walking into these establishments and asking them for the money out of the register.
Were you unemployed? Were you employed? And then when you started to kind of spiral, became unemployed?
Correct. Yes, I was part of the IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, for a while. My father, who has passed, owned a garage in Bristol. He's been a business owner for almost 50 years. So I've always worked on and off at his garage. But when I'm using, my father, when he found out, was like, you can't be down here no more. And which I totally understand that. So yes, that was the outcome of my usage. Yes.
Okay. Right. And I heard your opening comments about how you have this now personal understanding of the harm that these crimes cause.
It's definitely, excuse me, when I heard my daughter on the other line literally crying and explaining how she's like, Dad, even though he didn't have a weapon or brandish a weapon, she's like, I was scared to death and I was frightened. And being a father in jail and knowing that I did that to somebody, especially that woman at the milk store, it just made me fall back on that to realize what they were probably going through at that moment, just like she was going through. And then I thought of my father at the same time, like, what if somebody would ever walk into his establishment and he had to go through that same thing? So I want to wish that upon anybody, whether somebody has a weapon or not. It was definitely an eye opener.
Yeah, and you mentioned, at the time, these crimes affect the victims over and over again, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Somebody that I'm thinking of, you mentioned specifically the woman in the milk store. Every time that door opens, you wonder.
Yep, that's exactly what my daughter said. She said every time somebody steps up at this register, which is why she can't, now she suffers from PTSD from it. So now she can't even work at something like that because of that fact. So I could only imagine.
Yeah. I was interested when listening to you talk about probation and how you were able to get through that period of probation and utilize probation as sort of a resource. Were you on probation when you committed these offenses?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right.
I completed my 5 years of probation with no write-ups and no dirty earnings at all. It was one of the best times of my life.
Okay. All right.
And I say that because I was actually clean. I didn't have to. It's nice when you don't have to look over your shoulder.
You were not on probation for a larceny third? Oh,
yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Yes, that was for the credit card for Discovery. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
you owe-
I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
right, you still owed restitution on that, right?
I believe I do. I think it's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's a little over $1,000 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I had a total of a little bit more than that, but I don't have a record of whether or not you
Okay.
paid anything.
Oh, no, I paid most of it so they gave me 2 years to make payments every month. And I
Mhm.
made them all the way up to, I think I missed like, I could be wrong, but I think I missed maybe like 4 or 5 payments while I was out there, and then I came and got incarcerated.
Okay, so the
But-
probation that you're talking about is the probation from 1996.
Correct.
That
ma'am.
5
Yes.
years probation
Yes,
for
correct.
for the robbery. Okay.
Yes.
And then
I'm
then
sorry,
I see,
I totally forgot about that, the Discover card. Wow,
okay.
Yeah. sorry about that.
That's fine. That's why we ask the questions, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
All right. So then you've, 2005 is when you discharged from your last sentence and you had 5 years probation. So you did have a long, quite a bit of time there where you were doing well in the
did.
community, like you said.
Yeah.
So since you've been at the facility now, I read about you working in the clothing factory, fixing
Yeah.
the machines. You got some excellent evaluations for that.
Yeah.
That they can really count on you, that you're doing really well. Your skills have improved over time.
Mhm.
And since you've been at the facility now, other than working in the clothing factory, you've been involved with the MAP program.
Correct.
Okay, how's that working for you?
It's great. I love the sessions that we have and the one-on-ones we have. It's
Mhm.
opened a lot of, my eyes opened a lot. It's helped me with relapse prevention and letting me see my triggers, which is something I didn't realize when I started relapsing, which is where I started clamming up. And they helped me understand that I can't do that. I have to be expressive. I have to whether it's my wife, because I'm remarried now, whether it's my wife or hopefully my mother who's I'm hoping to get home to, but my mom, I don't know if that's in there, but my mother's suffering from stage 4 cancer. But I have to open up to them. Once I stop communicating with my family or my close ones or like the probation officer or anybody that's there for me, once I do that, my outcome is I relapse.
Okay.
So they opened my eyes a lot to that. And they also helped me realize how much is available to me upon being released once I had before.
Okay, so let's break that down a minute, because I was
Yeah.
going to ask you, after having been in the community for a good period of time and seemingly not having any issues.
Yeah.
You identified your trigger for relapse as your failure to communicate well, to
Correct.
talk about what was going on?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
I actually used to take rides up here by the prisons. And my ex-wife used to ask me, why do you do that? I said, it's to help me remember that there's always a place for me if I ever go and do, relapse and get high again. And she never could understand it because she never used drugs or alcohol. So it was like, once she started seeing it, she was like, okay, I see the benefit of it. I get it. But it's when I stopped doing those things that, yes, as you were saying, that's what leads me back to relapsing. So those are the triggers that I have to realize as I'm in my sobriety.
okay. So let's talk about treatment for a little bit. So you've identified your triggers and you're currently participating in the MAP program. When
Yeah.
you were in the community, you were also participating in a MAP program. Is that right?
I was on Suboxone for a while, yes.
Okay. Were you on Suboxone when you relapsed?
I was not.
Okay.
No.
All right. And your plan in the community, what is your relapse plan?
My relapse plan is one to keep staying open with my wife. Me and my wife's communication is phenomenal. For the first time in my life, I don't lie to her. I tell her everything, whether I'm bothered, hurt by something, whatever's going on in my head. I have a supportive group with my mother, as long as she's still going to be here. I have my older daughter in my life, and I have my stepsons in my life. So those are the things that I need to use for my recovery. Also, My wife is a member of CERT, the Connecticut Emergency Response Team. And that's something I want to get into with her so I can help also give back to my community. So I feel as long as I keep myself grounded and involved in situations like that, I could get back on that path that I once was and stay a productive member of society.
Okay. So that's all good support. What
Correct.
do you think you need to do in terms of treatment itself? What do you think would be helpful to you?
One, me would be utilizing my parole officer if it comes to that. Also, I would love to go to whether it's a mental health counselor or do like an AIC program or something out there while I'm out there. But I definitely I feel I need to have somebody in that kind of environment to help me, that I have a place to go to. So if that's something I can have like either lined up or some information or resources to find that out, that is something I would communicate with my parole officer to try and get to that point.
Okay. Well, if you were doing a MAP program in the community, you must have been involved with a treatment provider.
I was while I was on it, but then as I kept going, I didn't take my Suboxone all the time because I figured I thought at the time I didn't need it all the time. So I was like, I have this under control, and I stopped doing my MAP program out there.
Okay.
So what I did was I utilized my family at the time. And once I got off of that program, probably I would say maybe a year or two later is when everything started following back. So that would be something I would probably have to look into and definitely grasp, because it's definitely helpful. It was me that made the choice in my thinking that took me away from that.
Okay, so the lesson to be taken from that is what?
Just stay involved where I need to be. I definitely need to keep reaching out, and I need that kind of help in my life and that kind of structure in my life. Because otherwise I end up just going right back to using.
I mean, I think when we ask about a relapse prevention plan, we're always encouraged when people have family support or friends that support them. However, it's also important to be able to identify some programs in the community that are separate from your family, that
Correct.
are professionals in that regime, that world of substance abuse or mental health, and can give you an opportunity to really address any concerns that you have, monitor your substance abuse in the community, whether it's urinalysis or the MAP program.
Yeah.
Because you have not taken an addiction services program yet.
So as I was telling Ms. Martinez, when I was at McDougal, I did the AVP. Every time I tried to do a Tier 4 program at Carl Robinson, they told me it's not on your OAP and you have too much time. Wait till you get closer. So when I got transferred from Carl Robinson to Osborne, I tried to get into the Tier 4 program here. They told me the same thing. It's not on your OAP. You don't need to do it. We need to take care of the people that have it on their OAP to get it. I have no issues with doing any of that, but I tried doing it and I kept running into a wall inside the Department of Corrections. I am on the Voices program, and that took me a year and a half as I forwarded the request to Ms. Smiley to send to Ms. Martinez to show her that I've been trying to get in there, and they finally got me on the waiting list, but yet they still keep calling other groups to go for Voices, and I'm still waiting to go. So that's why. Correct. That's why I utilize the groups and the sessions and the one-on-ones through CHR to my benefit, because they're there at all times. So that's why I utilize them in reference to my addiction service, because I couldn't get any help like trying to do Tier 4 or anything in here.
Okay. So in addition to getting your medication for the MAP program daily, how often do you meet with somebody?
Anywhere, it could be anywhere from twice a month to 4 or 5 times a month.
Okay. And these groups that you're talking about, or is that something that you're involved in now or you hope to do in the future?
No, I've been involved for the past 3 years.
Groups.
Groups, yeah.
What, and you said CHR? Isn't that
CHR.
Isn't that an
It's a-
outside program?
No, we have it in here. It's the Community Health Resources. We have it here in the Institute.
Okay, it's an acronym for another community program too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Now you have a number of disciplinary reports. You have 8 disciplinary reports. The last was in 2022.
yeah,
And you know, some of them are are for contraband of Suboxone.
yeah.
So can you talk to us a little bit about that and how things have changed for you? Because it has been 2.5 years now.
I thought it was longer than that.
2022, if my math could be off. Let's see. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
let's look around it to 3.
So while I was there, again, I was a bitter person at the time. I got caught up again, hanging out with the wrong people. I made the wrong choices, and I was using Suboxone while I was there. And one day I was sitting in SAG, and just as I quit drinking and smoking marijuana, I woke up one day, and I wish we could talk to the intel officer over there, Yanez. I told him one day, I said, listen, I'm done. He goes, yeah, I've heard that before. I said, listen, I'm telling you, I am done. I'm done giving up my freedom. Every time I mess around, all I do is keep hurting myself and my family. I keep taking my freedom away from me because I keep losing good time. To say if there was just one point of what caused me to go that route, I couldn't even tell you what it was. I think I was just around the wrong people and I made the wrong choices at the time.
Okay. Your release plan is to live with your wife?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you think about for employment?
Her what?
What are you thinking for employment? What's your plan of attack?
Okay. So right now, there's it's called John's Auto Service in Watertown, Connecticut. I can work there. Also, I've always been a mechanic my entire life, and I have tools at home. So being a mechanic or doing tree work, if I can get back into like Lewis tree or Ashland tree, I would go that route. But also at this moment, as I was saying, my mother has stage 4 cancer, and she was approved for home health care for family. And that's something I would like, if I get home, I would do that until her time of passing, just so I could spend time with her be able to spend time with her.
I'm sorry to hear about your mom. I'm sure it's incredibly painful to be incarcerated.
Yeah, I lost them all. I lost both my fathers, 2 of my brothers, and now my mother has stage 4. It's been a rough road.
Yeah, it's a lot of loss, that's for sure, for
Definitely.
anyone. So the parole officer always asks a question, what would be a high risk situation for you in the community? And I have a question mark that maybe you said that you didn't think there would be one. Can you think about what could be difficult for you in the community when you're home?
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I think with me, complacency that's my stressor. Once I get comfortable and complacent, I think I can go do what Kevin wants to go do. So that's why I always try to like come up here to refresh myself, that there's a place for me to always be if I do mess up. So for some reason, being comfortable and compliant is, to me, is my high stressor.
I found it's interesting hearing that you take a ride by the prison to remind yourself, although here you are. So
Right.
maybe that plan needs to be adjusted somewhat so that, at the age of 54, you don't find yourself back here again.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. And a really thoughtful plan about treatment for yourself in the community. I think I like the idea that you're including mental health. I think that sounds like it would be very beneficial to you.
I agree.
Okay.
Along
Right.
with, I know when I was on probation, I did, they have AIC in Bristol. And when I was there, I actually loved it because it was another place you could just, if you're having a hard day, you could call up and be like, you know, hey, I'm having issues. Can I come in? And they welcome you in there to come and talk. So those are the type of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They welcome you in to talk. Was there something else you were going to say?
Oh, no, I was just saying that's something I always I loved when I was home, and that's something I need to keep utilizing when I do get home.
Okay. There's another program called CCAR. CCAR is the acronym.
Okay,
And it's a sober community. It's not really a treatment facility. It's a sober program where people go. There's a lot of resources there, employment, treatment
Okay.
programs, mental health. Plus you can get yourself, you can sign up to get a recovery coach, which is
Okay.
similar to a sponsor. Sounds like that could be something
That-
you haven't tried yet.
That
Rather
would
than
be-
going it, you know,
Yes.
just trying to white knuckle it and go through
Yeah.
it.
that
Yeah.
would be great. Yeah, that would be, I didn't know they had that. I didn't know CCAR had that. I always thought they were just like a rehab facility.
You know, it's all, you know, it's outpatient. There's nothing inpatient about it.
Okay,
And it's not clinical. It's a sober community.
okay,
With an opportunity to get a sober, to get a recovery coach to help you with your sobriety.
right.
All right, Mr. Chamberlain, I do not have additional questions. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Chamberlain. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just to clear up about these robberies, did you tell the people at these robberies that you had a gun?
I did not. When I went into the store, I said, could I please have, I just say, please, I said, could I have the money out of the register?
Why would they give you the money if you didn't display a weapon or say you had a weapon?
That, I have no idea. That's all I did.
Do you
So
know
what
that do you know that the records, the official records of these robberies, which one of them is at a different place, they
Yeah.
all say the same verbiage that you
Yes,
go in
ma'am.
and I have
Yeah.
a gun, give me the money. That's what it says you said.
I've read my police, I actually have my police report in my cell. I've read it numerous times. Yes, I do know that they said that. And that was one of the things when I was going to court, I was trying to argue with my lawyer, which kind of stinks because the videos in the store don't have audio.
Yeah.
And if they had audio, I would have been able to prove that. Because that was one of my, I mean, I take total responsibility for me walking in that store and asking them for
Yeah.
the money out of the register. I take all accountability for that. But when I heard what they were saying, I was like, that's not what I said.
Are these stories related? Do people know each other, do you think? How would they have the same exact story?
I have no idea. I don't know if they are.
You see how that looks to us, right? I mean, it sounds.
I
Sounds
understand. I understand 100%. And if I was to say that, I would have no reason to lie to you. I would tell you that, yes, that is what I said when I went in there.
Did someone show your daughter a weapon or say they had a weapon when that incident happened?
As from what I know, he said he had a weapon, yes. He didn't brandish one. He told her that he had a weapon, yes.
Sounds similar to what we read in these reports. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. We didn't talk much about alcohol. Were you drinking alcohol at this time when these robberies happened?
I haven't drank alcohol since 1994.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I had to clear up. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Circo?
So, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chamberlain, we do not have any more questions for you this morning. We
Okay.
will now deliberate. You can sit there, listen, just don't interrupt.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for your time.
You're welcome. All right, so Mr. Chamberlain is before us today for 4 counts of robbery in the second, which he pled guilty to. They all occur within a few days of each other, a short, condensed crime spree. He admits to his involvement in each one of them and states that he relapsed, which is what precipitated these. He was on probation for a larceny third at the time. He scores moderate for risk recidivate. He has taken a number of programs. Let me back that up. He has participated in alternative to violence. He has been participating in the MAP program. Neither one of those are on his OAP. unfortunately, he's been on the waiting list for all the others, Voices and the addiction services. He has been working in the clothing factory, has gotten excellent reviews on his work performance there. He does have a number of disciplinary reports, 8 in total. The last I have is December 2022. He has since then had good conduct, has been in the MAP program, attending, and we know that that's a daily medication, but there is some treatment attached to it. Certainly not to the level of a tier 4. But there is individual and some group sessions attached to it. He has support in the community. I didn't mention when I was asking my questions, but there were some letters of support from his family. He certainly has potential to be employed. He has skills, additional skills now, and had skills prior to his incarceration. He wants to live with his wife in the community. I think he's got a fairly good relapse prevention plan that includes mental health counseling and MAT in the community. There is, like he said, there is a period, a gap in his criminal history where he appears to have been doing well in the community, and then this relapse occurred, leading him back into his criminal lifestyle. So based on what my review of the file, his answers to my questions today, I do find that his participation in the MAP program satisfies me in terms of addiction services and his work in industries, his release plan. I do find him suitable for discretionary parole. Mr. Saskis?
Yeah, I agree. He did pretty well answering the questions today, and I did hear a lot of change, and he pointed to a point in his life where he was able to, work with probation and stay out of trouble. I think he recognizes, he talked about triggers, and he was going through a difficult time at the time with his family, and how that could lead to relapse in the future. And he says he wants to use his parole officer as a resource. I mean, he said all the right things in my opinion, so I agree.
Okay. And Mr. Serpa?
I did too.
Okay. We don't have a confirmed yes on the sponsor, so we'll add a halfway house. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, and a stay away from the Gulf gas station and the milk store. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. So in the matter of Kevin Chamberlain, 226442, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after December 2nd, 2026, with the following stipulations, which will also apply to his special parole term. Halfway house placement as needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as recommended, stay away from the Gulf gas station at 180 Riverside Drive in Bristol, and the milk store at 104 Wolcott Street in Bristol. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Chamberlain. Wish you the best of luck. Please follow through with treatment in the community. I think it's definitely going to keep you in that right positive path.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Kevin Chamberlain, inmate number 266.
I'm all set.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Right, have a seat, but there's no more.
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, 12, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, Certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Alex Sarkoff.
Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Sorry, Robert Coover, 272-995.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Cooper, inmate number 272-995. He is serving a sentence of 9 years to 10 years of special parole for intimidation of witness, violation of protective order, 2 counts of violation of a standing criminal protective order, tampering with the witness, criminal possession of a firearm, criminal trespass first, criminal mischief first, 2 counts of violation of probation or underlying offenses of possession with intent to sell and sale of certain illegal drugs. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 5th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on June 20th, 2025, and he was denied parole with a new hearing date set for June 2026. The board recommended that the inmate be any positive programming and refrain from obtaining any DRs. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. He has completed CCAR, anger management, people empower people, and continues to work a 5 to 7 day job assignment as a chairman. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for risk for recidivism falls within the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Is it possible I can read a letter? I'm not good at speaking.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the victims of my crimes. I truly am sorry for my actions and ashamed. I'm sorry for any pain that I caused, not just physical or financial, but also mentally and emotionally. I was wrong, and there's no justification for my actions. I ask that you not define me and judge me solely based off my past, but see the person I am today, and I am striving to be. I work every day to be a better version of myself. I've completed the 3 programs that I was told to do on my OAP: domestic violence, tier 2, good intentions, bad choices. I've also taken it upon myself to complete voices, stress management, the fatherhood program, alternative violence basic, and alternative violence advanced. I'm also on the waiting list to be a mentor for alternative violence. After being a victim of gun violence myself and losing a person who was like a little brother to me, I had a mental breakdown and I was blinded by pride. So I was too ashamed to ask for help. Instead, I self-medicated with alcohol and Percocets and allowed my judgment to be clouded because of it, causing me to do things that not only caused me to lose years of my life and be ashamed, but also violate the trust of the ones I was supposed to protect. Last year, after having the opportunity to come before the parole panel, I was given a 1-year Denny and told to remain DR-free and complete a positive program. Since seeing the panel last June up until now, my behavior and attitude has been beyond reproach. In the last year, I've completed not just 1 positive program, I completed 3 positive programs. I graduated the UConn PEP, the People Empowering People program. I've completed anger management, and I graduated from CCAR, recovery coach. CCAR was important in my plans because I aspire to be a drug recovery coach so I can help individuals not make the same mistakes and poor decisions I made. Since last June, I've also maintained a job for a year and I have earned 11 good work reports, one of which I'm especially proud of, as it's a letter of recommendation written to the parole panel by a correctional officer that worked closely with me on February 1st, 2026. I ask that you please read it or allow me to read it. In all my years, I've never asked for help. I've never went to a halfway house. I've never went home on parole. I've always discharged and went back to my same area. I'm at a point in my life where I put my pride to the side and I'm not ashamed to ask for help anymore. I'm asking this panel for help. I'm asking you to please grant me parole to a halfway house outside of my geographical area. I have a job opportunity waiting in sent to the Hartford area, and I'm doing construction, and I also plan on going and volunteering at the local CCAR office. I'm a level 2 offender incarcerated for a nonviolent offense. I've done everything this panel has asked of me, plus more. And if you grant me parole, I will abide by any and all stipulations or rules given. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Robert Cooper.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
You're
So,
welcome.
you know, as been stated, and as you recognize, this is your second hearing before the parole panel. You were here a year ago, and the parole board wanted you to do some additional programs to help you, when you go back into the community, to help you be a better person, a good citizen. It seems like you've done some good programming. So we'll ask you some additional questions. We'll probably talk a little bit about what maybe you talked about in the first hearing, because none of us were on that panel. And then at the end, we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision.
Okay, man.
All right. So Mr. Sasaskis is going to begin this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Coover.
Good morning.
So when you were out in the community, you had a difficult time obeying the rules of protective orders that were in place. Have you learned why you couldn't abide by those rules since you've been incarcerated?
I have.
Can you explain what was going on in your mind at the time?
At the time, I had called a protective order with my son passed away, but at the time, she was pregnant. And we had a relationship that was still going, and it was a tumultuous relationship. In hindsight, looking at it, it was about like we just weren't compatible in a lot of ways. And I was so involved in the relationship. We both were involved in the relationship, but I still loved her. I felt the relationship could work if I just kept trying more. And it wouldn't. No matter what I did, it wouldn't work just because we weren't compatible. And I felt that, yes, I got arrested. Yes, they put a protective order. But I felt if the person still, like we were still in a relationship, I felt as long as I'm not hurting them, threatening them, doing anything bad to them, that was, it was wrong. In hindsight, we'll never do it again. But I felt like we should still be able to communicate. It was still, my family was having a child together. I still had to help her buy things and stuff like that. And yeah, I shouldn't have been contacted. At the end of the day, it was a protective order. I know I shouldn't have.
So you're in a relationship with a new person now, right?
Yes, it's not a relationship, but we're friends. We're cordial, and
Okay.
they give me a lot of good advice and things like that.
Okay. And you don't have any of these kinds of problems with that person that you're friends with?
No, I learned a lot of my triggers. I learned if a person now has something in them that I don't like, I don't look at it like, well, we can get past it. If it's something I don't like, I'll try to just cut the relationship off right there before it even goes further than thinking that, oh, this person will change down the road, because then that leads to, I learned my triggers basically. I know that'll lead to arguments, and I don't want to argue.
It's not always the other person's fault, some of these things. It's a combination
It's
of,
my fault.
Yeah, you understand that, right? It's not always,
Yeah.
incompatibility is not always related to the other person. It could be things that maybe you do that make it so that it's not a good fit.
100%. I do say, I can't be mad at you for telling me you're doing something that you don't like what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If I'm the one doing it, you don't like it, you have the right to not like what I'm doing. You have the right to voice your opinion. I can't control how other people feel what they do. I can only control mine. So
Okay.
absolutely, a lot of times it is my fault. I was a hardhead. It was a lot of times my fault.
I'm glad you can understand that, because reading through the documents, it did seem like I don't hear all the sides of all the stories in these reports, but it does seem that there's definitely a lot of it was your fault. These orders were in place so that this would stop, and you just kept going.
Yeah.
So these were involving two different women. It sounds like in the reports that I read, right? There were two different relationships.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what was causing problems. Absolutely.
So you've moved on from those relationships as far as trying to reconcile or any kind of situation like that?
No communication, no nothing. I sent my apologies years ago, and I left it at that. I moved on. If I see them in Walmart, I'm running the other way. I don't want any problems. I don't want to, respectfully don't want to communicate to them other than, like I said, I'm sorry for what I did. I was wrong. It was on me. It wasn't on them. I control my own actions, and I was wrong, but I don't reach out to them. I don't talk to them. I don't communicate in any way.
Okay. Yeah, I would avoid at all costs to, for your own well-being, to put yourself in any kind of bad situation. You understand, if you know where they live or the town they're at, I wouldn't even go anywhere near any of that,
That's why I'm from Bridgeport area. I'm trying to go. I got a job opportunity in Hartford. I'm trying to go as far from Bridgeport as I can. I don't want to. It's nothing for me out there anymore.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's thinking from a person that has changed and thought about the risks that they were at when they were released. Going somewhere different is smart.
Programs teach you people, places, and things. So I got to actually try to put that into use.
Yeah, it's one thing just to say it, right? Everyone says that. We hear that from everybody that comes in here. But you have to put it in place in your plan, so you really can change. One of your convictions had to do with illegal possession of a firearm. Why did you have a gun?
Coming home from work, I was at the elevator waiting. I got robbed and shot in my spine in the same building I live in on June 6th. And I don't know who shot me. So every day that me and my ex-girlfriend, the one I had the charges with, every day that we would leave out of the building, we would go somewhere. We lived in a housing project. So every time we would leave out, there's 10 or 15 guys in the lobby, either gambling, hanging out, whatever they're doing. So I used to be nervous. I used to be scared. Like I had PTSD. Basically, I got shot in the back. I don't know who did it. So every time I walk through here, I don't know if they're gonna do it again. I don't know if they're gonna try to rob, shoot me again when I'm with her. And in hindsight, I'm not a marksman. Like I know I could have tried to protect myself and ended up hurting the wrong person, or and I don't want to live with that. So, but that's why I had the gun. But in hindsight, I didn't know about victims advocate and all that, people that help you move. I didn't know about it till after.
So what happens now if you go out to the community, even you move to another town, but you end up living somewhere where you start feeling unsafe? What are you gonna do?
Move. I only had the gun because I got shot right there in the building that I actually live in. So it's like every day I gotta go in there. And I lay down
Still not a good enough excuse to have a gun when you have a criminal record and protective orders. There's a lot of reasons why you're not supposed to have you had a gun charge in the past, it looks like, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When I was 20. At that time, I was just a kid. I was stupid. At that time, I was into the streets. I was running around. I was doing street, and it's not an excuse. It's just the reality of what it was. At that time, I was young and dumb. I was involved in things I shouldn't have been involved in, that I would never want to be involved in or put myself in predicaments again. But that was 2000. That's when I was a kid. Right now, I'm 43 years old. The mistake I just made right now is not an excuse on why I had the gun. The reality is I got shot, and I didn't know any other way to feel safe in my own home, basically. Like, I didn't know if they were going to do it again. I didn't know what was going to happen. I know somebody to rob me and shoot me was just a cover because they didn't want me in the building because they used to date her. I didn't know why I really got shot.
So I mean, the fact that you got shot is not going to go away. So
no.
Are you moving to another town? You think that's going to make you feel safer, that you're not going to feel the need to carry a gun?
I don't. Yeah, I do, because I'm not around the people that shot me. And if I get to a situation now where I'm at, now I know there's programs like Victims Advocate and places that can help you move if you can't afford it at the time, if you have an issue.
And also you, parole officer, people like that. If you're afraid, those are people you can call that can try to help you. You know, whether it's housing or a job or whatever services you might need, they can point you in the right direction at least before you get involved in trying to protect yourself when you're not allowed to. You know.
Yes, sir.
You completed an anger management program since your last hearing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us some of the things you learned in that program?
I learned to identify my triggers. I learned to know I can't control what you do. I can only control what I do. So even if I'm getting mad, I have the right to get mad. You have the right to get mad, but I don't have the right to take my anger out on you because I'm mad. So any relationship that I go into moving forward, I'm 100% gonna let them know ahead of time. Listen, if we start arguing or something respectfully, if I say just let me go take a walk, smoke a cigarette, come back, I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to go do that, calm down, and come back. If they can't respect that when we have that conversation, then I'll have to seriously think about reevaluating that relationship, because I don't want anybody to not accept, like, basically, if I'm saying that, like, this is my plan, that's what I want to do. If you can't respect the fact that that's my plan, then I probably don't want to be in this relationship, because I got to do what's best for me.
Yeah, it sounds like in the past, the way you described it, when I started asking you questions, you were trying to force relationships that probably weren't going to work, you know, and it led to some of this.
Absolutely.
And now you're willing to let stuff go. If it's not going to work, you're going to move on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You've completed several programs. When I read through the documents that I reviewed, how do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I learned a lot of patience. Like, I've done programs in the past, but I did them because I had to. This time I actually paid attention and started implementing. I'm not saying I took everything that they said in the program, but I took something from this program that I felt worked, and I took something from this program that I felt worked, and I put it all together. And it made me a lot calmer person, a lot more patient, a lot more understanding. Before I used to see things like part of my language, my way to highway type, like what I say goes type of thing. It's not like that. It's definitely not like that. This isn't my world. I just live in it.
Okay. You haven't done well in supervision in the past, and it looks like you were on probation when some of this happened. Why will this time be different for you if you're released under parole?
Last time I went home, I was working for a year. COVID happened, and I fell back into the streets. I started going back to old ways. I had to pay for a car. I had to help pay rent. This time right now, when I'm going home, I'm going where I don't know anybody. So them old ties on board, I'm gonna go ahead. And I'm not, don't get me wrong, please. I'm not saying that anybody put a gun in my head and made me get involved in certain activities. But when I used to get down at bad times or I was bored, I would go hang out with old friends that I would hang out with that are still doing the same type of things. I still know them, yes, but I don't consider them friends anymore. They're distant associates because they're still doing things that I don't want to be involved with. So when I go home now, I'm trying to get involved with places like CCAR and things like that. That have like-minded people that are trying to go in the same direction that I'm going. Not saying that life is always going to be perfect and peachy clean, but that's the direction that I'm going. And those are people that I'm trying to surround myself with, positive people.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. Fresh start in a new town. Were you ever involved in CCAR before in the community?
No.
So that'll be something new for you that you haven't tried before either.
I didn't even know it existed, so I learned about it here. It's one of the best things I came across.
Okay. So in addition to CCAR, is there anything else that you're going to do to maintain your sobriety while you're out?
Positive programming and just try to always stay active. I have a lot of activities that I want to do that are positive, and those are the main things. I started drinking and taking Percocets because when I got shot. Before that, drugs weren't really my thing, and it was only a brief period. But I seen how fast you can get addicted to pills. And I did some dumb things in that little short period of time, and I don't want somebody else to do the same dumb things I did.
All right. What about your plans for employment? Can you talk about that?
My friend works with flagging, so I can get a job starting at close to 32 an hour, but I got to get my Ocean 10 and Ocean 30. He said he knows where to go for it, and then I got it written down it might be in here, but there's places in Hartford that they help pay for you to get your Ocean 10. So because I'm coming out of jail, so if they can't, he'll help me, and then I'll start working with him. He's gonna get me a job there, and it'll be a third shift job. So I like that. I like being at nighttime. So
there's a reentry center in Hartford, I believe, and they have a lot of resources like what you're talking about. You know, that should be on the top of your list when you get out, to go there and tell them what's going on. And, you know, you're interested in flagging, need Ocean 10. They might even be able to help you with bus pass, other things like that, transportation. I would go there and take advantage of everything. The whole thing is set up for people in your situation to try to change, you know. And also CCAR, you're already involved in that. Make sure you go there because they have a lot of resources and things that they can help you with, you know. Some of your convictions have to do with you operating a motor vehicle without a license, operating under suspension. What are your plans for long term for your driver's license?
I didn't have a suspension. I had a learner's permit. So when I go home now, I want to re-get my learner's permit and take my test. My test I got pushed back because of COVID, and then I never ended up getting it. But when I go home now, I definitely want to get my learner's permit and go for my actual license as soon as possible.
Okay, so you've put some thought into that. It's like a longer term goal. You're gonna have to get yourself set up, you know, with employment and get to Social 10 and then move on to some of these other things, you know.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Cooper, thank you for answering my questions, and see what my colleagues have to say, and then we'll go from there. Okay, good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zerpa? Okay. So, Mr. Cooper, I have a couple of follow-up questions that I want to talk to you about. So you have a 9-year prison sentence and you have 10 years of special parole. And I heard you say that I'm a level 2 and they're nonviolent offenses. Why do you think that you got a 9-year sentence?
Because of my history in the courthouse. That's what my lawyer told me when I was like, why is it so high? Like you were saying 3 or 4 years. He said, because your history in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Since I was a kid, I've gotten in trouble. I was stupid.
Yeah, and that's probably a significant factor as well. And the 10 years of special parole goes along with that. I was also thinking when I looked at your sentence and the number of years you had on special parole, that they're very serious charges. Firearms, domestic violence, criminal mischief first. We don't see that very often. Intimidating a witness, very, very serious charges, especially when you put them all together. So yes, I'm sure it has to do with your history, but I'm also sure there was some concern about this erratic behavior you were having in the community.
I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to, you know, when we talk about nonviolent offenses, you know, it's really kind of that's a general criminal justice term, right? But when you look at the situation, sometimes it's a little bit different. Okay. I wanted to ask you another question. So you took the domestic violence program and you took anger management. What do you think the difference between the two is? Did you learn different things in them?
Actually, they're very similar. Domestic violence obviously pertains more towards relationship things. Anger management pertains just life in general. But a lot of them are very similar. A lot of basically what I took from both of them that were similar was about learning my triggers and learning patience, learning how to just take a break, step back. I don't have to always be right.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good. I think I think you did well. I was hoping you could kind of see the difference between the two, and you know that there is the basic idea behind both, that you have to figure out how to control your emotions and your behaviors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good job. I was also happy to hear too that you were changing your location, you know, so there's a saying, a new broom sweeps clean. So you go someplace, you get a fresh start. Sometimes too, it can be a little stressful. That's the only thing I'm going to point it out. You know, when you go back to where you're from, you know, the bus routes, you know where to look for apartments and this and that. So I caution you to really be strong about navigating those nuances of not necessarily knowing where everything is at your fingertips. And to reiterate what Mr. Sosofsky said about taking advantage of all the resources that are out there from programs that only want you to do well in the community. You know, they're out there for individuals who need support. So take full advantage of it. You know that when you're back in the community, whether it's on discretionary parole or special parole, you're going to have to do a domestic violence program.
That's fine.
And you seem to struggle with that in the community last time. I made a note that you were referred 3 times to family reentry, but you weren't able to complete it.
When the first time they put me in there, that's when all COVID and everything happened, so it slowed it up. Then they put me on the video monitor one where we did it like that. But my work schedule on that, it was not working, and I kept trying to see if I can get night classes or something like that, but they didn't have it. But okay. I have no problems abiding with doing domestic violence or any programs that parole issues. Man, I will do that hands down. Like,
okay. And they need to be a priority, right?
Absolutely.
You've done a basic domestic violence, basic anger management, but when you're out in the community, life is a little different.
Absolutely.
So you need to really, you know, lean on those programs for that reinforcement of your skills. And it's a requirement of parole. So you need to make it a priority to get through them and learn from them. You know, use it to your advantage.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Cover, I don't have any other thoughts or comments, questions. So we'll deliberate now and we'll give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Okay, do I step out? Do I stay? I don't know what to do.
No, stay right there so you can hear everything that's being said. Just don't interrupt, okay? Excellent. All right, Mr. Sosofsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Coover is here for a number of charges that we've discussed. This is a rehear. He was heard prior to this. And at that time, they recommended that he complete positive programming, no more disciplinary reports, and come back. That was a year ago. So since then, he's had no new disciplinary reports. And he's complied with the recommendations by completing CCAR, anger management, people empowering people, and he's been working as a chairman in the facility. He's also completed programs in the past like embracing fatherhood, domestic violence, alternatives to violence, basic and advanced, recovery coach academy, domestic violence voices. He's got a number of a substantial amount of programs, and I can hear that when we discussed them today. Discussed programs with him today. He seemed to have gained a lot out of it. He talked about his understanding of his responsibility of what went wrong that led to some of these things, and he took responsibility. I heard him apologize in his opening statement. I thought he sounded pretty good today. He said that he wants to be a drug recovery coach, you know, for a long-term goal to help other people. He's been working every day to be a better version of himself. And a number of times, I heard him say that he was sorry and that he takes responsibility for his behaviors. He wants to move to a new place and start fresh. He wants to change with people, places, and things. Sounds like he had a reasonable release plan. By doing that, moving to a different town, surrounding himself with people that are living sober lives through CCAR, he says. He wants to volunteer there. So I heard a lot of good things from him, despite these very serious charges. I do find him suitable for release.
All right, thank you. Mr. Zerpa?
I agree. The charges are certainly very concerning. History is very, very concerning. But he's done well in the spirit of incarceration. He's taken a number of programs. Although he's done quite a number of them before. Hopefully something is clicking this time. He's abided by all the recommendations from the board. I haven't granted.
Thank you. I agree. I've been granted as well. You know, the prior panel, when you read their decision, they did hear some change even at that time from Mr. Culver, and they really wanted to kind of give him put his feet to the fire, see if he could do some additional positive programs, not have any problems at the facility, and he has done just that. I do hear change. I think there's 10 years of special parole to follow this period of discretionary parole. So there's a lot of monitoring in the community and a lot of opportunity for Mr. Culver to do programming and really make some changes to his life. We have set some conditions also that will benefit him and others. So, Mr. Stasis, what do you have for conditions?
I have several. I have no alcohol consumption, had a halfway house placement, had a mental health evaluation and treatment as if necessary, had no operation of a motor vehicle, and behavior management for domestic violence. I have 2 victims, CW, JR.
Okay. Did you have anything else? Okay, I had the same. All right. So in the matter of Robert Over, 272-995, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, June 12th, 2026, with the following conditions. These conditions will also apply to the 10 years of special parole. No alcohol, halfway house placement, a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. No operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with victims CW and JR. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Culver, you've been granted parole.
Thank you.
All right, this is an opportunity for you to have a clean slate in a new place. There are protective orders in place on top of the conditions. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
They are no contact protective orders
Understand, no contact at all. I got
at
it.
all.
That's gonna get you right back into prison. I want you to know in advance, you know?
I know.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
This comes there from Robert. 72995.
Don't leave yet. Don't forget your IDs. Come on. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we're still in morning, 10:30.
Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Friday, June 12th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available current information and preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Alex Sargon.
Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Travis Ito, Number 330141.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Travis Ito, 330141. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail for violation of a standing criminal protective order, larceny third, burglary third, disorderly conduct, assault third, larceny sixth, and 3 counts of violation of probation and underlying offenses of possession of a controlled substance, violation of conditional discharge, conditional release second, and interfering resisting. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 21st, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has not completed any programs on his OAP and is currently in the MAP program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Ito.
Well, I did complete some things on my OAP. It was wrong about my high school diploma, which I already have that, so I got my transcripts. I did have a job, and I'm currently in Tier 4 right now. And then aside from that, I really don't care if you give me parole or not. I pretty much figure you're not going to anyways. So, I mean, that's it. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ito. So that's good to hear that you're in the Tier 4 program. When do you finish that?
6 months minimum to complete, and I've only been there for like 10 days, so I've got
Okay.
at least probably 6 months.
All right, okay, so you just started it. All right.
Yeah.
And how long have you been in the MAP program?
Since before I came to jail.
Okay, so that's a continuation. Excellent. All right. Well, I heard that you're not interested in whether or not or you don't think we're going to grant you parole. Is that, did I interpret that properly?
I'm really not interested in it. I'd rather go to the halfway house. I mean, it would be more helpful to me to have the housing to be able to get a job and like that. I don't want to burden my grandmother really with going to her house right now, even though, I mean, I was taking care of her before I came in, but now since came in, then they hired somebody. So, and I don't know if she wants, I don't know if I want to go back and do that job again, to be honest with you. And I think she probably needs somebody a little bit more qualified, because she's getting very old and needs a lot of things and she's a woman, so, and you know what I mean, there's things that she probably isn't comfortable with her grandson helping her with.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ito, we came prepared today to ask you questions to determine about parole, discretionary parole or not. I know for myself, it was going to be a struggle because you really struggle with substance abuse, and we'd want you to have done a program before going out, and you've had some troubles there with the disciplinary report to the program at the facility, rather. So
I never had gotten trouble here.
do you want to participate in questions this morning?
No, I don't really think it's necessary, to be honest with you. I appreciate your guys' time and everything, but I would rather, I don't really want to get paroled.
Okay, because it's your statutory right to go through the hearing.
Yeah, that's okay though. I appreciate it.
Okay, we still do need to take a vote and make a finding on your discretionary parole today, though.
Okay.
Okay. Do my panel members have anything to ask or go through? With
No,
Mr. Ito?
And based on, Mr. Ito's statement and your questions, I will proceed to the session. I'll say questions.
I don't have anything.
I think Mr. Ito is in a good place in terms of Tier 4. I think that's certainly the route that will serve him best to be back out in the community. All right, so reasons for denial.
the nature and circumstances of the offense,
Mhm.
poor performance on community supervision,
And
adequate
inadequate,
institutional program participation.
Yeah.
And more, but thanks.
yeah, I think that's sufficient. What do you think,
Yeah,
Mr. Selsky?
Yeah, I don't think we need anything else.
I'm glad he's sincere for.
Yes, I think that's his best opportunity
Yeah.
to gain some skills to be out in the community. All right, so in the matter of Travis Ito, 330-141, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and poor performance while on community release, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. And the record will reflect that Mr. Ito chose to not participate in questions this morning, and he would like to continue in the Tier 4 program and hopefully discharge to a halfway house. Okay? All right, Mr. Ito, good luck to you. Get all you can out of that Tier 4 program.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
a good
really a
program.
good program.
It is, so I'm enjoying it, or the challenge and the groups and everything, so.
Good. Looking to
And
see car.
I would like to state that when it comes to programs, this is for me on behalf of everybody, that we can't do anything about getting into a program. You can't write for it, a request to go in. It's completely up to the Department of Corrections. So, when people come in here and you guys say, well, you didn't do any programs, there's really nothing we can do about that. And it kind of stinks because there's plenty of people here with absolutely nothing to do that would prefer having a program to go to and to do something to better themselves than just sit around all day doing nothing.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Ito, you're not the first person to tell us that. So we do, it's unfortunate when people are unable to do the programs before they come see us.
yeah.
So we do understand that there's a wait list. There's a time situation in terms of when people get to go, in terms of when their sentence starts and ends. But we do hear you, and we're all encouraged that you're in the Tier 4 program and that it will give you some strong foundation for when you go back out in the community. And I do want to mention, I know that CCAR is also at the facilities. I would encourage you to explore what they have to offer, because not only are they at the facility, but they're all in all the communities now. And they really offer a lot of support.
I got a good relationship with the CCAR in Bridgeport.
Excellent. That is one of the first.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Program. All right, Mr. Ito, good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
All
Have
right.
a good day, guys.
You too.
This completes Travis Ito and
Bill,
This concludes the hearing for Friday, June 12th, 2026 for our correctional facility at 1044 Dam.